Ой-ой-ой. Я на одном месте вертел этот ОБС. Сейчас опять все проверять, смотреть, продолжить. Ах. Есть. Он теперь управлять надо.
Please, I've been in an accident.
Окей. Сбились настройки звука. Все слетело нахер.
Так, теперь можно проверять, в принципе, все. Сейчас посмотрим, поговорим. Посмотрим. Так, теперь можно проверять, в принципе, все. Сейчас посмотрим, поговорим. Все, наконец-то. Наконец-то. Погнали. Да, точно, надо же еще звук проверить самой игры. Собака, отстань! Все работает, все нормально. Ура. Ой, сколько головной боли, господи. Это ужасно. Все, погнали, возвращаемся в Москву. Я еще буду смотреть, лагает ли игра, как в прошлый раз. Чтобы...
Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen,
Deposit.
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Nightfall!
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey.
Pleased.
To meet you. Non-refundable
Reservation.
deposit required. Fair and square. Fair and
Where?
Лагает. Ебаная паранойя. Меня это бесит. Один момент. Ой, я просто не переношу этого, когда надо вот именно вот во время всего это делать. Это ж так вдохновляет.
Carl Stuckey. Pleased.
Лайк светит на
The
державу.
taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Стоял. Одержимый стоял передо мной. На нем невозможно трудного сосредоточить внимание, словно он находился в слепой зоне, разросшийся от множественных повреждений головного мозга. Из него сочились тени, расползаясь, как чернильные пятна в воде, как облако крови от укуса. Меня охватил ужас. Я сжал фонарик так сильно, как будто от этого зависела моя жизнь, всей душой желая, чтобы он не дал Море подойти ближе. Вдруг что-то произошло. Свет как будто стал ярче.
In bright balls, you drive. You lose.
Shit.
Deposit.
It's the latest thing.
Here's Johnny.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Привет, красавица. Батареечки захавали.
During your
Stay on.
recommend trying,
Walking.
it's the latest thing.
Testably.
Proven health benefits let you
Kill two birds.
with one.
Stone.
You can see the sights and keep those cholesterol levels
Down.
at the same
Time.
Покажите мне человека, который это озвучит на русском языке. Я ему премию дам.
Yes.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I?
Hello?
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 Ну да.
This is bad.
Чел. Ай-яй-яй. Моя остановочка. Спасибо за гостеприимство.
There were more of them. My head pounded with the concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
Так, сейчас будем секретики искать. Меченой краской.
Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
И слышно дыхание этого чувака в костюме. Да. Слышно, да? Шикарно. Здесь у нас каких приколов нет. Собака. Юнка, чё ты хочешь? Чё? Ну ложись. 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 Смотришь на меня. Или к Геншину, ну что, правда, кнопка выше. Да. Спринт.
The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season!
Я не знаю, стоит ли в таком порядке это читать.
Rose knew she had been gushing, but right now she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, her brief meeting with Alan Wake was literally the high point of her life. She watched as he got in the car with his wife. She was pretty, confident, at ease with Wake. Not like Rose. They were perfect for each other. She'd have given anything to be called their friend.
Роуз знала, что слишком много разговаривать, но ей было плевать. Она была твердо убеждена, что краткая встреча с Аланом Уэйком была лучшим, что с ней когда-либо случалось. Она смотрела, как он садится в машину вместе с женой. Какая она красивая, уверенная, как легко, в отличие от Роуз, держится с Уэйком. Они были идеальной парой. Она бы душу отдала, лишь бы называться их. Можно без этого, пожалуйста?
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Я сейчас попробую кое-что сделать. Попробую поставить лог кадров и посмотрим, как это скажется, будет лагать трансляция или нет. Все равно какие-то фризы, как будто, не знаю, комп усирается, хотя использование процессора... Прибытие Берри.
Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
Берри Уиллер не находил себе места. Отчаявшись дозвониться Алану и Элис, он бросился в аэропорт. Может, конечно, они устроили себе второй месяц, но Берри в это не верилось. Ал в последнее время был весь на взводе, издерган, плохо спал, не до любви ему было. Берри знал Алана Уэйка уже многие годы, и теперь он чувствовал, что-то случилось.
Where I go, I want something
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
В ОБС показывают использование процессора 20-30%, 60 кадров. Я могу попробовать поставить 30. Как же так? Ой, как же так? Все, спустя миллион лет игра помогает. Поздравим меня и ОБС. Миллиарды. Дизлайк. Все, я поставил 50 FPS. Потому что на 30 кринжово смотрится. Что теперь мне смотреть приятно? Мне, наверное, надо вот потом смотреть.
Taken. They're taken. Батареи. The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Окей, без проблем. Наверное.
There was no power.
Ну, конечно.
There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site.
Чтобы они не кидались, быстренько ослеплять. Да, вот эти проблемы, конечно, с трансляцией, с ОБС, это очень сильно влияет. Очень сильно. Времени. Посмотрим. Ага, Wake атаковали птицы.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
Сначала я услышал, а потом увидел, как они с визгом пикируют на меня. Возникнутый облаком, я завертелся на месте. Секунду я смотрел сотню мертвых глаз, блестящих в темноте, как черные жемчужины. Я поднял фонарик, стая взорвалась, подобно фейерверку. Перья горели и превращались в пепел. Я бы с превеликим удовольствием частенько пошутил, но устаешь быстро. Сойдет, давайте здесь еще осмотримся. Страничку мы как-то нашли. Найдем, может, что-то типа такого. Очевидное собирать будем, а так искать смысла нет. Конечно, тоже понимаю то, что уставание, игровая условность, усталость. Но, не знаю, когда на кону висит твоя жизнь, ты выдыхаться не будешь. Вот за это вроде тоже ачивочку дают. За расстрел этих баночек. Радио, атмосферка.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and who'd keep you company all night long if I weren't? It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Oh, Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
Да, хотелось бы в это верить. То есть можно не только на дыхание, не только на касту ориентироваться, но на дыхание. Собака, отстань. Так. Wake находится.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly. for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
Вначале я находил страницу одну за другой. Извиняюсь. Словно одну за другой, словно по воле случая. Книга, которую я не мог вспомнить, была то ли ужасным и неправдивым пророчеством, то ли актом творения, который заново переписал мир. Я начал охотиться за страницами, а охотиться лихорадочно, потому что в них содержалась разгадка тайны. Заполучив эту разгадку, я мог спастись. Не спасти. Это сейчас простенько странички искать. Потом, когда локация...
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is third.
Я бы тоже сейчас не отказался от какого-то от хот-дога, блин. Может, стопу смог забыть сделать. О, нет, я нашел от тропы. Когда сходишь с тропы, вот такое вот начинается. Воу. Думаю, не имеет смысла уже подходить к рейке. Мол, он же попал в меня. Ай-яй-яй. Страничку взяли. Телевизор набит.
I stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet. The place was a mess. It looked like someone trashed the place or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
Я шагнул в гараж бензоколонки. Было темно и тихо. В гараже не весть что творилось. Похоже было, что его нарочно разгромили или что там произошла серьезная драка. Свет лился в помещение через окно дверь в задней стене. И я направился туда. И вдруг меня ослепила яркая вспышка. Старый переносной телевизор на полке сам собой ожил. Невероятно. Видел на экране самого себя, ведущего безумные речи. Что я говорю, на нормальном уровне сложности скучно играть, батареек много.
Salad, though. A man like me needs a hefty meal. That's for today.
Чел, овощи тоже полезно есть. И овощи вкусные, их же едешь с мясом. Давай, За телевизором ачивочка есть. Все передачи.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Ой. Да-да.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Как можно так объебаться, извините меня за выражение. Это тоже такой, как можно его правильно назвать, флешбэк от Макс Пейна. Там тоже были телеки и разные передачи шли. Тоже интересно было их смотреть. Только там было все по-другому. Лайк лжет шерифу.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help, but I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Дом на озере Колдер? Переспросила она. Шериф смотрела на меня с подозрением, а в окна участка лился утренний свет. Я, наверное, ни за что бы не выбросилась из леса с помощью шерифа. Однако я не мог сказать ей правду о том, с чем столкнулся прошлой ночью. Она решит, что я лжец или сумасшедший, посадит меня в ту скорую, может найти Эльс.
As you might think, it can be dangerous and requires patience! this place cool, forgotten in Sergeant has destroyed that red car! You should
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reached the lights of the gas station alive. I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself. Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
Пара так и не объявилась, чтобы забрать ключи, и с тех пор началась какая-то муть. Странное чувство завладело его вниманием. Стаки посмотрел на его мозг. Его мозг напрасно пытался осознать его все вкус. Он отшатнулся, жестянку с маслом и черная разлилась по полу. Стаки пытался сопротивляться, но быстро сдался. Давящая темнота поглотила его.
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now. I had to get inside the gas station to find a phone to call for help.
Не знаю, есть толк куда идти? Странички мы вроде все собрали, остались только на кошмарном уровне сложности. Вроде как раз таки вот на кошмаре здесь должна была лежать страничка. Чел просто 10 метров пробегает и устает. Чё это?
The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
Всё как странички.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost. I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Такие дела. Читать, что читать, что читать. А, вот это. 68-й ежегодный день оленя с 15 по 18 сентября. Игры и развлечения, лотереи, соревнования рыбаков, конкурс пирогов и неожиданное состязание. Живая музыка для детей, кривозубый Чарли и невиданная мистическая фантазмагория Монтгомери вечером. Не пропустите легендарный парад на День оленя. И дела. Так, смотрим. Здесь ничего. Летели.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker. You are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Такие дела.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is alright. I close my...
Previously on Alan Wake, I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! Now, she's missing. Alice? Alice? I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
бритый. Что-то я только сейчас заметил, что его немножко постарше сделали.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
Лол, ему
You should
одежду
put some
другую
coffee
чего?
on.
Ничего не
It'll warm you up.
У него же в ролике другая одежда была, да, только что? Ладно, не можно. Странно.
Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on. Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Да, на самом деле нет ничего лучше натурального кофе. Вообще ничего. Говорю как человек, по зернышке. Внезапная остановка.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
Ничего себе вайбы. Кто не помнит или не знает, это актер дубляжа озвучки Макс Пейна. Первого, второго, третьего, короче. Это его голос. И ничего себе, аж до мурашек. Правду говорят, убивает не падение, а внезапная остановка в конце. Я лежал здесь, в снегу, а в голове у меня раз за разом повторялась жуткая вереница сцен, которые привели меня сюда. Повтор моего личного кино с реальным убийством. Память моего трупа. Алан Вейк, почти что Джон Уин. Опять я играю словами. Роковая женщина исчезла. Остался только кислый привкус поцелуя, который убил меня.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
Я не помню этих страниц в оригинале. И я не помню, чтоб он озвучивал что-то. Не было такого в оригинале. Но это было запоздалое прощание через 13 лет после того, как я отомстил. Оно наконец настигло меня. Боль пришлось терпеть долго. Моя кровь окрасила снег. Этакий зловещий коктейль замороженного сока. Растворила все разбросанные болеутоляющие и лениво капала в сточную трубу, смешивая с желчью города, становясь с ней одним целым. Теперь я вижу мою жену и сына. И я дома. Но у Макс Пейна был не сын, у него дочка была, насколько я помню. Да, страничек будет много. Но зато только одна на максимальном уровне сложности.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly. These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan?
Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry!
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay, hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Все, дети смотрят. Настоящая Брайтфолс.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head. I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
На самом деле, это так, природа очень сильно успокаивает. Просто стоит сесть и откинуться на стульчике и просто слушать.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine. I don't have the luxury of being complacent. Phones will need changes soon. You can't change them in the dark. I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now. Very good. I'll come back later on to arrange it, just in case.
Вовремя из туристического похода и не выходим на связь. Если вы видели их или вам известно место рождения, позвоните по. Спасибо. О, мы понятно знаем, куда они попали.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need some fresh air. Can I go out? In the back, maybe?
Of course, Mr. Wake. I understand. You can get there through the cells. Deputy Grant can show you the way.
I'm sorry. All of this, it's just a lot to take in.
Take your time, Mr. Wake. I understand. Can I ask you what the call was about, Mr. Wake?
It's personal.
Well, we are looking for your wife, and I'm going to need your cooperation if I'm going to help you.
I need a moment, after I get some fresh air.
Okay. You can find me here. We'll talk when you feel up to it.
Если я правильно понимаю, актриса озвучивания английского языка вроде та же актриса, что озвучивала Монусакс из...
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up.
Hey! Hey! I need more light in here. God damn it, more lights. I don't like the goddamn shadows in here. Hey! God damn it! I don't want to...
Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Элис смотрела в объектив, выравнивая кадр к озеру. Вдруг она заметила в тени за домом какую-то фигуру. Кажется, это была женщина, стройная в черном платье. Элис опустила камеру и посмотрела в ту сторону. Никого. Только кусты по форме, отдаленно напоминавшие человека. Элис покачала головой и рассмеялась. Можно было просто настроить фокус, приблизить и посмотреть.
Be alone in here! Hey!
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the brake float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsal today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really trashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
Please! God damn it, I said... Hey! Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? The deputies, they don't understand. They won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here. Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're all right. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen, you gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
Пьяный бред, пьяный базар. Все, наконец-то. Так, темная сущность закончена.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was The writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
Хотя она и носила человеческое обличие, назвать темную сущность сразу значило применить человеческое понятие к тому, что было совершенно чуждо всему человеческому. Тем не менее, она нашла единственное достаточно темное место во всей закусочной. Свет, льющийся в коридор, страшно мучил и нетерпел. Писатель скоро исправил положение. Он направлялся в то единственное место, где власть все еще принадлежала ей.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, "Go through the fence on the left."
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting that the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
Полностью согласен.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something forming in an abandoned car.
Так, Wake на Lover's Peak.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
Похититель выстрелил в последний раз, и тень растаяла во тьме, из которой явилась. Вот видишь, Wake, ничего особенного. Сама мысль о том, что Элис в руках у этого человека, была отвратительна. Мы стояли на деревянной площадке Lover's Peak, за спиной у нас были гора и водопад. В высоте над головой мерцали красные огоньки радиомачты. Меня так и подмывало нанести удар. Я заставил себя заговорить. Давай перейдем к делу, где моя жена. Сука.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business. Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers. A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Я пойду соку налью.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh! Hey! Oh my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him!
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
Yes.
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan.
Скелет колумбийского мамонта. Это особь, возраст которой по оценкам составляет около 14 тысяч лет. Была найдена в асфальтовых озерах Ла-Брея в 1981 году. А в 1998 году он был подарен национальному парку Элдервуд, когда колумбийский мамонт стал государственным ископаемым штата Вашингтон. Его нарекли кривозубым Чарли, и с тех пор он является официальным талисманом парка. Окей. Еще что-нибудь интересное? Кривозубый, все нормально.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you
and
understand
everything's just...
what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
All right, wait here.
Чел. Так, термос. Так, страничек.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Hell, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No, this whole thing Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
Окей. Сейчас, буквально 5 сек. Мне очень важное сообщение пришло. Так, тысячекратно извиняюсь. Когда дело касается финансов, баблишка, нужно всю информацию хавать. Отвечать на все сообщения.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
Легкая прогулка. Конечно.
If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know, I just don't want any trouble.
Right, thanks.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air A guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
Прикол в том, что когда какая-то хрень случается со скептиком, и когда его взгляды на реальность рушатся, так скажем, да, на его реальность, значит, стоит задуматься, что с ним реально что-то случилось, и в это стоит поверить. Это ни с того, ни с сего не происходит.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Чел, да тут все нормально, ни влаги, ни плесени.
You wanna know where you can shove that flashlight? Why would you point that thing, Al?
Я помогаю тебе чихать. Свет помогает.
Stop it, Al! Stop it!
Этого не было.
You're giving me a migraine, Al. You know I'm useless with a migraine.
Все? Нет реплик? Все? Вот так тебе. Так, включим свет. Включи свет. Кто мне звонит? Отстаньте, я занят. Особенно незнакомые номера. Отстаньте. Батарейки. И у нас весь лут пропал, да? Так. Свет горит. Так, ни страничек, ничего. Ну все, пойдем тогда. Крутой колодец. Джакузи. На что еще жаловаться? Нормальный дом. Максимально странно. Так. Сообщение ответить. все, погнали дальше. Чатик включу.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Так, страничка. Точка.
Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest. I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Блин, у меня на телефоне еще звук играет. А, на микрофоне слышно, это хорошо. Так. Так. Барри думает в своем уме. Ой.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Вот он. Барри никогда не ладил с Элис, но знал, что Алан любит ее до безумия. А теперь с Элис что-то случилось. И вот Ал вооружился пушкой и говорит вещи, за которых людей сажают в палаты, обитые войлоком. Как будто у друга случился сильный психоз. Напрочь отгородивший его от реальности. Барри был до смерти напуган.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really, just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah, it's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Не знаю, очень приятно слушать эти диалоги. Сука. Ну ё... Ой, что это? Так и обосраться недолго еще. Здесь тоже не смотрелось. Ё-моё, здесь все разбито. Ну тут телек. Давай посмотрим.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took your kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Неплохой такой твист. Ночные источники. Нет, прикольные серии. Страничка. Так, Роуз, здрасте.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Роуз знала, что Расти был влюблён в нее. Ему нравился девушке, очень нравился. Он научил ее танцевать, а жизнь давно уже показала ей, чего стоят нежный и мягкий мужчина. Расти хорошо к ней относился, развлекал ее и поднимал настроение. Но он не был принцем ее мечты. И это подтверждало невыносимую истину. Роуз была так же далека от голливудской сказки, как и Николай. Большая, блядь, часть женщин живет в каких-то фантазиях, блядь, сказках. К сожалению. Идеальных мужчин с мягко не существует. А самые обычные среднестатистические парни, нежные мужчины, остаются одинокими. А Расти умирает.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page.
Внутри базы стояла жуткая вонь, будто давно сгнивший утопленник выбрался из могилы. Расти харкал кровью. Я с трудом мог отвести взгляд от его сломанной и неестественно вывернутой ноги. Что за тварь это сделала? Макс поскуливал у себя в клетке. Расти лихорадочно грел глаза. Взгляд его был полон ужаса. Мистер Уэйк, все случилось точь-в-точь, как было написано на той странице.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury. Rusty, damn.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming!
Please, help me!
Уно моменту я, блядь, звук убавлю, потому что громкость видеоролика, блядь, еще тише. Так, потому что, блядь, скримеры, громко, значит страшно. Пиздец.
Anybody? Help me! Help me!
Подожди, дай погрузиться.
Hello? Help me. Somebody. Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must. The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Так, пока нас дальше по сюжету не бросили, пойдем.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Да, я в курсе. Подожди. Я все прекрасно понимаю. Страничка. Темная сущность, все такое.
The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken rib stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Туристический центр был крепким зданием, но удар полностью разворотил фасад. Расти пролетел через весь вестибюль, словно тряпичная кукла, и сильно ударился о дальнюю стену. Боли не было, пока он не попробовал пошевелиться и не увидел, что нога его неестественно согнута. Сломанное ребро кололо изнутри. При мысли о смерти в одиночестве Расти забыл А, забыл о боли и страхе. Так, это места. А, все-таки это ключ отсюда. Замечательно. Так, если нам по сюжету сюда, значит нам не сюда. Смотрится. Здесь ничего, ничего. Держишься. Столько крови. Типа... Идея, да, смерть.
Shh, good boy.
А чё он ему помощь не окажет? Птичка.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
Последнюю секунду я изменил направление и бросился вниз. Топор расколол древесный ствол. Я рухнул в озеро яркого света. Легкие горели, не было сил двигаться. Я напрягся в ожидании смертельного удара, но его так и не последовало. Я поднял голову. Темнота оставалась неподвижной. Какое-то время, залитый холодным светом, я был в безопасности. Так, судя по звуку, света не будет. Светы не будет. Смотримся.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty!
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Hunters need hunting licenses.
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
А где пёсик? Только не пёсик.
Please don't feed the animals.
Макс, блядь. Да пёселя-то за что?
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park license. Obey! At all times.
Rusty, no!
Never approach closer than 100 yards. Two bears and wolves never approach any other closer than 25 yards. Pets must be leashed. Never leave your pet unattended. It is against the law to remove any natural objects or historical
Вообще пёсель не слышно. Я там ищу за пёсель.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Да, никого не открывай. Как будто топор остановит дверь. Нет, как будто дверь остановит топор.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Перед тем, как сознание покинуло Расти, он подумал о Роуз. Он был старше девушки, то едва исполнилось 20. Но рядом с ней он чувствовал себя молодым, не забывая, какой катастрофой обернулся его давно разрушенный брак. Расти до сих пор носил обручальное кольцо. Он ждал, когда девушка попросит снять его. Этого никогда уже не случится.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Да, значит, нам нет. Так, Барри знакомится с Роуз.
Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Кажется, никто в Брайт Фоллс не знал, куда подевался Ал. Его видели только Роуз, официантка из закусочной. Неправда, его видел Расти и Один Сторм. Все. И эта женщина в очках, фанатеет по свету. По словам Барри, Ал буквально провалился сквозь землю. И Стаки видел его. Нет. После того, как он ушел из закусочной, да, он провалился сквозь землю. Роуз была поклонницей писателя из того отряда, который Ал просто ненавидел. Но она очень старалась помочь. Кроме того, она была сообразительна. Хорошо знала, что происходит в городке. Знала много о Вале и даже поняла, кто такой Барри. Всем понравилось, и это было неудивительно. Речь шла о женщинах. Барри и Ал редко сходились во взглядах. На вкус и цвет. Сошли с тропы. Начинается лес. Ничего не понятно, чем вы появились или не появились. Я в домике. Дуплетиком. Старый дурак, это исключительно. Где? Старый дурак. Если верить самый известный, когда волшебник спереди 66 минут. С малого смешно. Отстаньте от меня, по-братски. Ракетница! Ё-моё, чё так страшно? Я не был к этому готов. Просто хотел поискать страничку. Чем на меня из-под тишка нападать? Страшно? Хватит. Где? Или? Где? Да! Спереди. Дай ей. Страшно? Уэйк видит символ факела.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason. Packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo. Things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Я повернул за угол, страшась того, что мог увидеть в лучах фонарика. Вдруг передо мной засиял грубо нарисованный символ факела. Под ним я нашел обшарпанный металлический ящик, спрятанный за большим камнем. Целый склад, поставленный здесь на стол, не случайно. Батарейки, сигнальные ракеты, патроны. Запасы необходимы, чтобы пережить очень темную ночь. Приготовленные кем-то, кто знал то, что знал я, и даже больше. 5 секунд. вашей безопасности держитесь подруга. Обязательно. Странички. Через дерево. Спасибо. Дерево, с которого был сделан этот срез, начало расти в 1846 году, год подписания Орегонского соглашения. Прочие знаменательные события, отмеченные на кольцах. 53 год образования с территории Вашингтона, 78 год основания горнодобывающей компании Направит с города, 89 Вашингтон получает статус штата, 1929 дерево пострадало от лесного пожара, 70-й горнодобывающая компания Bright Falls закрывается после извержения вулкана под Нью-Йоркском районом, 80-е извержение вулкана Святой Елены, 87-й дерево повалено во время буря. США.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Агент Найтингейл не хотел торчать в Брайт Фоллс. Маленькие городки вызывали у него отвращение. Ему не нравились ни деревья, ни кофе. А теперь он знал, что за витринами и улыбками прячется немыслимый ужас. Он отчаянно мечтал повернуть автомобиль и гнать, пока не выдохнется, или свернуть с дороги и надраться. Была работа. Кстати, если проебать не улыбнется. Окей. Надо количество протокол поставить, не скачу.
Shit.
We gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake. It's them. What I got for you? Bring it! Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it! A little longer! Scare them off! Get some light on those bastards! That'll keep them off us! Just a little longer! I almost got it! Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it! Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Наконец-то, попадай.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her
You're gonna give me the manuscript, or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Подбирай. О.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
Не единожды Элис пыталась объяснить мне, каково это бояться темноты. Для нее темнота была не просто отсутствием света, но чем-то куда более осязаемым. Ее можно было потрогать и ощутить. Хуже того, это было нечто, обладающее собственным разумом, а значит враждебным. Для Элис все привычные вещи, когда их накрывала темнота, превращались в нечто иное, чужое. И не было больше ничего безвредного или безопасного. Только сейчас я по-настоящему понял, что она имела. Как-то тихо стало. Я знаю, что надо сюда, просто хочу успокоиться. Сара думает об Уэйке.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Сару не волновали вопросы судебного преследования, которое сулил один. Она дала Уэйку уйти без разговоров, потому что в нем было нечто неподвластное ее контролю, нечто, напоминавшее ей об отце. Сара не думала, что Уэйк мог навредить жене. Потом она вспомнила, как тот набросился на Хартмана, охваченный зарубежностью. Что это важно?
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
Этой ночью одна отчаянная ситуация сменяла другую. Я был измотан, и все тело болело. Фонарик стал тяжелым. Сводя курок, я чувствовал, как в руку отдается боль. Но мне наконец-то удалось выбраться из леса, и дела вроде бы налаживались.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Никак карманок может начинаться. Плюс у тебя пистолет, патрон для пистолета, винтовка, ракетница. Странно это все. Страничка, да? Да. Нет. Настя, все.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Когда Берри увидел, как тьма напала на туристический центр, он поверил. Те, которых Ал, по его словам, пристрелил, это были не просто выжившие из ума местные. Мир каким-то образом переменился, будто без предупреждения переключили канал. Ты думал, что смотришь комедийный сериал, а на самом деле шоу. Когда птицы напали на вертолет, Берри не удивился, а просто испугался. Разве на вертолет? На дом же напали птицы. Так, нам сюда. Усирайся ты.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Это те два офицера, которых мы слышали по полицейской рации в участке. На лесосеке творилось не весь что. Модульный офис столкнулся с утеса. Возбужденный помощник Тортон выбрался из развалины, тяжело дыша от усилий. Никого нет. Странно. Ты не думаешь, что это странно? Скучающий Меллиган черт побери, это всегда странно. Просто надо понять, какая именно странность стряслась на сей раз. Когда тебе там перегибалом что-то, не знаю, это раздражает. Тьма надела ей лицо.
Beware of Widowmakers!
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Когда я бежал через лес, тени зашевелились и поднялся ветер. Я чувствовал, как темная сущность обращает на меня свой взгляд. Затем лунный свет заслонили черные тени, которые неистово мчались по земле, чересчур быстро для обычных теней. Тьма сгущалась между деревьями и вновь рассеивалась, открывая взгляды поддерживаемых. Никакая естественная тропа не могла привести их сюда.
hazardous occupation.
Понятно.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What, am I crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on. I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Телек, кстати, сгорает. Что
You can horror nature and yourself.
Уходи, сука. Чё? Я чуть реально не обосрался. В туалет так хочу. Ой, я испугался.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it, but it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Команда агентов ФБР приказала мне не двигаться. Я подумал, не стоит сдаться. Все равно у меня ничего не получалось. Это была возможность переложить дело на кого-то другого. Но почему-то показалось, что так нельзя. Считайте это стимул. Его поза, я держал пистолет. Не мог быть другим. Я бросил спустился к дыре в заборе и нырнул в темноту. И в ушах гремели стрелы. Даже пока. Чем забрали? Чего отдали? Последняя кста. Да. Отчаяние Лейка.
There was no misunderstanding. Cauldron Lake was where Alice and I had stayed. But there was no cabin, and no island. I was missing a week. What had happened to me? What had happened to Alice? I had to get her back. I couldn't face life without her.
Не было никакого недоразумения. Озеро Колдрон находилось именно там, где жили мы с Элис. Вот только не было ни дома, ни самого острова. Когда-то делается целая неделя моей жизни. Что со мной произошло? Что произошло с Элис? Я должен был ее вернуть. Я не смогу жить без нее. Ты откуда взялся, чел?
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing. It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
Not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I launched the kidnap. This isn't normal. These birds are weird. Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Oh Dear
Diner.
Good girl.
Всякий выключу звук, а то авторские права, все дела. Конец эпизода номер 2. Пропускаем. Теперь, теперь в игре звука нет. Ну, этого еще не хватало. Надеюсь, не с концами. Ну, все мы знаем, что произошло. Поэтому ничего, думаю, не обидитесь. Эпизод номер 3. Выкуп.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy! Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Понятно. Так, ищем странички. Здесь. Чего?
Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
Ща, подожди, ё-моё, видишь, я занят, я ищу тут странички. Здесь можно? Нет.
Just follow me. It's not far.
Да ладно! И он заебал.
Listen, I got things to do. This place don't run itself.
О, господи, какой ты душный. Просто подарите ему футболку душнила, блядь.
Oh, give me a break, mister. Can we just get a move on?
Блядь, ладно, чтобы ты заткнулся нахуй.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Да, повезло. Чел, шевели поршнями, господи.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Ага. Так. Блять, он же сейчас опять не начнет. А, не, без удивительно. Это дом Роуз, да? Трейлер Роуз. Ой. Собака, что тебе надо? Отстань. Иди в задницу. Ах, увлекательный геймплей.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Да, поговорить пришли. Записочки поискать. Ты ж на месте стояла.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What?
Ой.
What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
Страшно, вырубай.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me.
She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Блин, взял девахи, сжёг.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road. Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Страничка первая. Так, 5 сек. Мне нужно сообщение прослушать важное. Так, во, заработало, найс. Так, Рэндальф звонит в полицию.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Мистеру Рэндольфу нравилась Роуз, ее нежная улыбка и милый характер, который она сохранила, несмотря на удары судьбы, после которых легко было зачерстветь. Что она делала в своем трейлере, конечно, было не его дело, но чужаки, писатель и его наглый дружок не вызывали доверия. Общали там уже несколько часов. Обычно в это время Роуз давно уже спала. Он потянулся за телефоном и набрал номер шерифа. Да? Замечательно, меня. Что ты пришла? Жаловаться? Не надо жаловаться. Нет? Как Уля? Как Уля? Что ты смотришь на меня? Чё ты? Тоже стримить будешь? Да? Будешь? Ну, скажи что-нибудь. Ладно.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I ain't the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny. You know Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
Так, ребят, сейчас я подойду. У меня Юмка, кажется, хочет сейчас налить. Ей налил, себе налил. Давайте почекаем еще раз. Это что за... Так, я должен это проверить, мне интересно стало. Я как будто знаю это. Небольшой бэктрекинг. Из этого же дом играет, да? Это мне напомнило, не знаю, возможно я ошибаюсь, это музыка из клуба. Не помню, как называется. Короче, в Макс Пейне был клуб у Влада. И там вроде играла такая музыка, я не помню, как он назывался. Сначала у него было одно название в первой части, А во второй части клуб вроде вот как вот начал называться.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Triple A!
Чело.
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Take it easy on him.
Get after him. Don't let him get away. Move it, move it, move it! I'll have you shot if you let him get away. Stop running! There he goes! Okay, Ben. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
Where did he go? Man out! He's right there! God damn it! Where did he go? Away! Keep an eye out!
Если я не упустил.
He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
Отлично. Темная.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Десятилетиями тьма, носившая обличие Барбары Джаггер, дремала в темной обители злом и домом, и тюрьмой. Она знала лишь голод и боль. Во сне она вновь и вновь переживала ночи торжества, когда поэтическое вдохновение не позволило своему властному обрести власти свободы. Вдруг звезды потревожили сон, в который ее в конце концов погрузил поэт. А когда она почувствовала на пороге писателя, она очнулась. It's alive!
Come in, Agent Nightingale. This is Sheriff Breaker. Over.
Nightingale, over.
What on earth is going on? My deputies tell me you fired at Wake, and he didn't have a gun. You almost hit a civilian instead. Over.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. I don't have time for this.
Well, make the time. You can't just go shooting at people in my town. Over.
I'm a federal agent pursuing a fugitive. You want to discuss my methods, Sheriff? Make an appointment. Over.
You stay right where you are, Agent Nightingale. I'm on my way. Out.
У тебя не может быть секретарши, долбоёб.
The suspect was last sighted running along the gorge that leads westward from the trailer park. All units are advised that the suspect may be armed. Approach with caution. James out.
Может быть. Темная сущность посетила Роуз.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer. and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
Роуз не знала, как эта странная пожилая дама проникла в ее трейлер, и она выглядела как никак. Женщина показала зубы в подобие улыбки и провела пальцем по щеке Роуз. «Красивая девочка», — сказала она. Роуз почувствовала, что засыпает, вот только ноги не подкосились. Старуха шептала ей на ухо, и слова ее были черны и холодны, как лед. Блин, Юма!
Search the area! Stay sharp! This way! Over here!
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster. I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. But it was... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on!
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. There was no power to the searchlight. The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Ну пинай, ё-моё.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
T1, come in. Over. T1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. T2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
Все, она наговорилась. Всё. Да.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Да челы, отстаньте. Почитаем пока. Темная сущность коснулась Роуз.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
После прикосновения темной сущности Роуз погрузилась в сны, где все было нарисовано черным и белым. Жилая дама пообещала, что ее желания сбудутся, а она станет музой Алана Уэйка. Роуз улыбалась так широко, что было больно. Она опрокинула в кофе содержимое пузырька со снотворным. Глубоко внутри девушка кричала от ужаса. Где вход? А, он отскочил от меня, что? Ага, понял.
I hoped Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well...
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
How can I be sure?
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt her.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him. What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Найтингейл смотрел на темный лес за разбитым окном студии. Он повернулся и направился к выходу. Мэйн схватил его за руку. Молодой человек, вы едва меня не застрелили. Нельзя же так палить по людям. Что с вами не так? Найтингейл вырвался и вышел из комнаты. Его щеки горели от гнева и унижения. Сука. По текстурам какие-то волны странные. Это жар вкусный. Я же сюда не просто за страницей пришел, да? А Уолтер дерется с Дэнни.
Danny had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept coming, unaffected by the beating it had taken. After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
Дэнни вышел, а назад ввалилось нечто иное, чужак, монстр. Уолтер попытался убить его, сначала кулаками, потом стулом, но тварь не умирала. Она все нападала, оставаясь невредимой. Когда Уолтер наконец-то спустил ее с лестницы в погреб не охватил страх, бросился за руль, завел двигатель. Выпивка не поможет забыться, но попробовать стоило. Жарко. Чуть-чуть подвину. Дышать нечем. Ой, звук, эффекты. Соберите уже в большую стаю. Я пальну, блин, с ракетницы. Закончим, наверное. Интересно, они же еще сквозь текстуры летают.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Да! Это было... Думал, я стою на свету, и они типа не подвезут ко Святой горшок? Что? Понимаю. Страничка. Так, Уэйка атакует...
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
Бульдозер заревел и попер на пролом, разбрасывая грязь и камни. Он пробил бетонную стену и тяжело валился во двор. Будь бульдозер животным, он бы потряс головой после удара, уставился на меня и атаковал. Конечно, у него не было ни головы, ни глаз. Наползающие тени превратили его в монстра, и этот монстр пришел за мной. Да сегодня успеть Геншин зайти. Сколько эпизодов? А, пока не показывается. Сара не доверяет Найтингейл.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Сара доверяла своим инстинктам, а те утверждали, что агент Найтингейл мерзавец. Что-то с ним было не так, и не только запах старого перегара. Что-то в манере показывать жетон, кичиться служебным положением и смотреть на людей в ожидании ответа. Где Алан Вейк, что за несчастный случай, где жена писателя, и самое важное, почему она дала Уэйку уйти. Сам он на вопросы не отвечал. Это дело федералов. Все, что он сказал ей. Без комментариев.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. He keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Труба вывернулась из стальной конструкции моста, окутанная тьмой, она парила в пустоте и судорожно подергивалась. Мгновение я не понимал, что передо мной. Массивная штуковина с немыслимой силой рванулась ко мне. Я едва сумел отпрянуть. Когда я направил на нее фонарь, она содрогнулась от зловещей ярости и снова полетела в воду.
could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there. The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Я захлопнул дверь прямо перед его наглым лицом. Он умолял открыть дверь. Что характерно, действительно, что я подчинюсь. У меня не осталось сочувствия и вины тоже. И перед ним. Какое-то время я наслаждался его криком. Получаясь, в тот момент я попался. Больше не хватило времени. Темная сущность была в доме вместе со мной.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Нам сейчас, по идее, должны дать фонарик получше. Да, все. Сейчас, да.
Did you call 911? Да, тут что-то звук играется. Не очень телек.
чё радио не могу активировать?
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derlis' trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derlith, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derlith.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derlith, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory.
No!
Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derlit learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Тьма накатывала на меня, втягивая в свои недра все, что могло оторваться от земли, цепляясь за мою одежду. И я увидел фонарик, который уронил похититель, и метнулся к нему. В тот самый миг, когда почувствовал, что ноги отрываются от земли, тьма стиснула меня в стальном объятии, как смерч. Каким-то чудом мне удалось включить фонарик. Тьма взревела и отшвырнула меня. И я упал и покатился к темным водам озера далеко внизу.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Какие-то аномалии, бля, происходят. Свет, может, из-за сглаживания. Так, там мост. Да, точно что-то.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity. Even during daytime, I was being stalked. The bridge must have collapsed only moments after I'd crossed it.
Просто в этой локации слишком придется ездить на дачу. Ходить очень часто. Просто что-нибудь. Шевели булками. Это сглаживание. Причем картинка по-естественному стала. Лично, мне кажется. О, радио.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass, not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Как и говорил, крутой мужичок. Чего? Тачку я. Чел, где? Ой, чуть. Что с машиной? Очень странная машина. Поменяем и сходим на лучшечку. Как раз еще радио. Ничего не слышу. Поиск страничек. Страничек нет.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Oh, see, to me, that's strange, because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? Hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
Так. Все. Погнали дальше, что уж. Недалеко я проехал. Пойдем зайдем сюда. Все ради страничек. Чел, поднимайся. Ага, найс. Мод на
For
переправе.
Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Понаблюдав за писателем на пароме, Мод ощутил разочарование. Из разговора с боссом он сделал вывод, что Уэйк что-то из себя представляет. Но нет, ничего особенного. Зато Мод вдоволь налюбовался его женой. Он мечтал спровоцировать Уэйка на драку. Случая не представилось. Ничего, он еще проверит, для чего этот писатель стоит. Уж это ему обещали. Вот, насколько я понял, это похитительно. Вот именно из-за вот таких огромных локаций я не очень сильно
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Давай почитаем. Хотя люди жили здесь и раньше, настоящая история города началась с момента основания крупнодобывающей компании Bright Falls и открытия угольной шахты в 1878 году. Хотя работа там была тяжелой и опасной, тем не менее, она привлекла множество иммигрантов, в том числе немцев, поляков, итальянцев, финнов и шведов. Изначально прибыльная на протяжении 20 века шахта постепенно истощалась. Жили были богаты, но труднодоступны. А из-за вулканической активности в регионе шахты стали особенно опасными. Сара на радиостанции.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Найтингейл ушел, и ночной ветер подул в разбитое окно. Мэйн посмотрел на Сару. Шериф отвернулась. Голос Мэйна дрожал от едва контролируемой ярости. Этот парень больше пьет, чем думает. Надеюсь, Сара, ты знаешь, что делаешь. Здоровый у него взгляд. Поверь моему слову, Уэйк ему не просто так нужен. И вряд ли он задумал что-то хорошее.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around
You
by
want
you.
to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close, maybe closer than ever before.
Поэтому я аккуратно прогибал. Ну чел. Томас Зейн любит Барбару Джаггер.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Когда Томас Зейн влюбился в Барбару Джаггер, это произошло стремительно. Она была молода, прекрасна и полна жизни. Томас никогда прежде не был особенно счастлив, а Барбара изменила это одним мгновением руки. Никогда еще Зейну не было так хорошо. Все, что не делала Барбара, становилось еще одной деталью пазла, которой ему, оказывается, так недоставало всю жизнь. И что было лучше всего, слова при ней текли мощным потоком, сильные и яркие. Барбара была его музой. Эх. Так, по поводу стрима. Наверное, даже не наверное, завершаем этот эпизод, третий эпизод. Начнется эпизод, если я правильно помню, в отеле с видом на озеро, вот эта клиника, я не помню, как называется. И на сегодня закончим. Потому что слишком долго я на этом, скажем, немножечко горячий. Еще
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Почему электричество вас... Вообще подстава. Страшно, пиздец. Шагает.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
В части одержимых сохранились отголоски прежнего «я». Но это было как нервное сокращение в мертвом теле. Оставалась только оболочка, полной темноты и покрытая ею. В большинстве случаев темной сущности хватало этих глубоков, но для более тонкой задачи, как в случае с писателем, требовалось что-то иное. Темная сущность хотела заполучить его рассудок, и вместо того, чтобы полностью овладеть, она просто прикоснулась к нему. Ё-моё, 4,5 часа. Стрим идет, поэтому кажется, буду заканчивать.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Да, подтверждаю. В электриках нет запрещенного. Так, нам походу сюда. Посмотрим, с какой стороны.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Я смотрел через решетку тюремной камеры. Берри, стоявший позади меня, пошатывался и, судя по виду, ему было так же худо, как мне. По другую сторону решетки стояли агент Найтингейл и Шериф Брейкер. В руках у Найтингейла стопка страниц в рукописи. Он ликовал, как безумец. Ну что, Реймонд Чендлер, теперь ты попался. Здесь все доказательства, в том числе преступного сговора с целью убийства федерального агента. Как скажешь. Стоп. Взять. Чел. Ты это заслужил.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk. The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Все. Чел устал меня преследовать.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century. Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
В реальной жизни все всегда было не так просто, как в романах. Сосчитать, сколько раз я жалел, что у моего творческого кризиса нет ясной и четкой причины. Чего-то такого, с чем можно бороться, что можно обругать. Чего такого не было. Меня одолевали сомнения. Я совершенно не был похож на героя собственных книг. Алекс Кейси всегда жил целеустремленно и не колеблясь двигался к своей цели. Даже сейчас я злился на себя, на Элис, на Барри. Я мешкал и мялся. У меня не было никакого плана. Опять эти... Все-таки это не сглаживаю. Читать. Грей Пикгордж, шахтерский городок Грей Пикгордж, был основан в 1928 году. Как одно из постоянных поселений для рабочих добывающей компании Направит. Близлежащее кладбище служит мрачным напоминанием о опасности от ежедневно поджидающих шахтеров. Там похоронено большинство погибших за все эти годы. Мрачное предупреждение живым о необходимости соблюдать осторожность. Грей Пикгордж был покинут жителями практически в одну ночь в 1970 году, когда закрылась главная добывающая компания Направит. Считаю, что 52 года прожили, да, компания. Можно на ту сторону пришли. Там еще не было. Сюда зайти, конечно.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Еще нет аномалия. Патронов у меня пока много. Не, все же лучше. Есть патрон? Нет.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up. Birds.
Давайте летите. Мальчики оказались. Тоннели ведут к озеру Бобры. Ага. Чё, скримак словим?
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Да. От таких звуков.
Alice?
Alice?
Я не знаю, как это
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
Она слепит даже. Это жесть. такое что-нибудь. Что-нибудь страшно. Сейчас разберемся побыстрее. Стал. Качество поверхности. Это можно отключить. Понятно. Это, видимо, багуля. Так, вертикал. Попробуем вертикалку включить, может. Нет, ни хрена. Ладно, все. Опять аномалия. Это, видимо, DL... Блин, то ли DLSS, то ли еще какая-то. Блять, знать бы точно. Давай я это отключу. Просто я не знаю, из-за чего. Странничка. Найтингейл в отеле Majestic.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him. The unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Даже с закрытыми дверями и задернутыми занавесками в обшарпанной комнатке местного мотеля Majestic, Найтингейл ощущал взгляды местных жителей и их давящее неодобрение. Он заставил себя выбросить это из головы. Очевидно, чары Уэйка распространились на всех и каждого. Но чтобы сделать работу, нужно выполнять свои обязанности. Он отхлебнул из бутылки и успокоился. Пожалуйста, подумал, дайте мне с этим разделаться. Как скажешь.
All accidents could be prevented.
звук перезарядки дробовика, как из Макс Пейна. Очень много с того времени позаимствовано. Одна студия, один разработчик, почему бы и нет.
I'd have to make my way up this mineshaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Ой-ой-ой, что-то клавиша не сработала. Почему? Так. А есть смысл сюда? Нет. Заебись. А, заново, да?
I'd have to make my way up this mineshaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Заново, чё? Раз не доебнулся. Здесь вообще что не было? Ой, я дурак, господи. Географический кретинизм, блядь, я ж отсюда пришел. Херня случается. Это я, да, это я. Тихо, 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 тихо. Этого еще не хватало. Бля, чел, просто дропнись. Вся красота. Красота. Тор бьет медсестру Синглеру. Кажется, страницу пропустили где-то.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Чел, ну зачем? Молотком. За окнами особняка на озере Колдрон полыхнула молния. Тор Андерсон расхохотался и занес над головой стальной молоток. Сестра Синклер пыталась его утихомирить, но безуспешно. Тор безумно ухмыльнулся и заорал: "Мой молот наготове, вот тебе девка!" Дружеский тычок от Мьёльнира. И он со всей силы опустил молоток на голову Синклер. Да, господи, зачем? Так. От этого ты не разобьешься. Дружественный тычок, блядь.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Хавать охота. Ах ты, сука. Вообще не нравится. Озеро Колдрон. 8-е по глубине в мире. Это вулканическое озеро, так называемая кальдера. Сам вулкан можно считать активным, но он не извергался со времен вулканического землетрясения в 70-х годах. Даже с той поры подземная активность была сравнительно слабой. Хотя материальный ущерб и случался, но обходилось без жертв. Озеро Колдрон – одно из красивейших мест в окрестностях Брайт-Фоллс и вместе с тем центральный элемент местных легенд. Это популярная зона отдыха для жителей региона. Идем пешком. Здесь все. И отойдем. Разрывная, так скажем. Страничка. Мод на озере Колдрон.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Мод проверил все съемные коттеджи Стаки. Уэйков нигде не было. Уже стемнело, когда он обнаружил их машину, припаркованной в конце дороги у озера Колдрон. Это была какая-то бессмыслица. Уэйки, должно быть, не туда свернули, но их не было, не было и следа. А машина явно торчала тут уже не первый час. Раздосадованный, Мод стоял на прогнивших останках пешеходного моста, извиняюсь, который когда-то вел к острову, как там правильно, к острову ныряльщика, да, до того, как остров ушел под воду много лет назад. Боссу это не нравится. Чешется. Все, заебись по часам. Давай посмотрим, что тут. Да, я одну, кажется, пропустил, но это не точно. Еще вот две осталось. Здесь сейчас будет интересно. Том не скучает, не скучает. Да, тебя Томас и... Ты говоришь со мной через телевизор, что голосы и как это, короче, вот это вот старушка надеет на свету. Меня заперли. Вас заперли. Я вот не помню, можно ли избежать этой стычки. Мне кажется, раз он полностью обваливается,
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Лайк просыпается в доме.
I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Я пытался удержать Элис, но она растаяла. Я терял контроль над собой. На месте Элис стоял доктор Хартман. Я хотел ударить его, но руки меня не слушались. Хартман улыбнулся. То была ободряющая улыбка. За это я ненавидел его еще сильнее. Мне пришлось дать вам успокоительное, не сопротивляйтесь его действиям. У вас случился очередной приступ. Сейчас для вас главное не волноваться. Мы не хотим, чтобы случился рецидив. С некоторых пор вы являетесь пациентом моей клиники.
Wait! That you? Wait!
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! Sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know.
Все-таки я пропустил где-то одну страничку. Ну, ничего страшного.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us. Please. Please, oh. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Ah! Ah!
Упасть в воду с такой высоты — это смерть, скорее всего. Даже не скорее всего, да. Сейчас. Хотя ты, вот и все. Так, авторские права, тихо. Конец эпизода 3.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh.
I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
Накачал.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Так, ну все, на этом, пожалуй, мы закончим на сегодня. Ой. Так, я не помню, сколько эпизодов. То ли 7, то ли 8. Получается, четвертый это клиника. Пятый, если мне память не изменяет, это город. Шестой путь какой-то теплостанции, энергостанции, что ли. И вроде все. Это заключительный эпизод будет. Не помню. Ну, это не важно, в принципе. Как уже сказал, на сегодня завершаем. Я уже подустал. Сколько я стримил? Часов 6, наверное. Так что либо завтра продолжим, либо послезавтра. Короче, не знаю, завтра еще на работу 16, так что пока загадывать не буду. Так что такие дела. Услышимся, увидимся. Пока, ютубчик.